Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. So today is Wednesday, 20th of April 2022. And this morning Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by Her Grace Chintamani Dham Mataji. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakta Martin Prabhu. So we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita. A letter to Tulsi Prabhu on 7th October 1974. He says, I'm glad that you are taking the recommendation of new initiates very seriously and that they are writing essays. Yes, it is a serious matter. Not that let me take a spiritual master as a pet and I can do whatever I want. No. One must be prepared to follow the order of the spiritual master with life and soul. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vindai Tulsi Devyai, Yai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satvadaye Namaha. Vindai Tulsi Devyai, Priyaye Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satvataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satvataye Namo Namaha. Tulsi Maharani Viddevi ki.
Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhuvya evacha patitanam pavenavyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prem, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki.
कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Yes, good. Nice to see you. Long time ago. Krishna, you in class today? Oh, she did. That's good. Oh, that's good. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kangantam Aravindanalayatakam Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaranam Kandar Bhakto Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Pasyanti Panti Kayanti Chiram Gaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam
Pasare by a bhavatoriya jai. Jahar pasare by a bhavatoriya jai. Krishna Bhakti Hai Jaha Hai Te Krishna Bhakti Hai Jaha Hai Te Padmavakya Chitte Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padmavakya Chitte Te Koriya Kya Anakari Hamane Asha Anakari Hamane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati ese uttama gati. Je pasare pure sava asha. Je pasare pure sava asha. Chakudan dilo je jame jame Prabhu sing. Chakudana dilo je jame jame Prabhu sing. Divya Gyani de Prakashita. Divya Gyani de Prakashita. Prema Bhakti Jayate Aveja Vinashajate. Prema Bhakti Jayate Aveja Vinashajate. Vere Gai Jahara Charita. Vere Gai Jahara Charita. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Lokana Lokara Jivana. Lokana Lokara Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Kara Daya Deho Mare Parachaya. Kusa Chebuvana. Ebeja Kusa Chebuvana. Shila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Shila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Shila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Shila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shanyabhari Paschatyaresha Tarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasade Gaura Bhakta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasade Gaura Bhaktivedanta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasade Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasade Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Lakshmana Nirmal. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariraghavacharya Tathata Sri Srimad Abhaicharan Bhaktivedanta Swami Saraprabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariraghavacharya Tathata Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Shri Guru Parampara Ki Jai. Sat Goswami Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Syama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Sri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Jamuna Devi Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Samaveda Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai. Bhaktivedanta Manor Ki Jai. Say Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Sri Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thai Gaura Premanandi. All glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to lotus feet of Shri Guru, Shri Gauranga, glories to Prabhupada. I bow down to his lotus feet.
Yashodhanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Prabhus. I'm really grateful that you're allowing me to share with you some Bhagavatam Katha, and I hope that we will all learn something from Prabhupada today. So today's verse is Canto 2, Chapter 5, Text 14. And before we recite the verse, I'd like us all to join in doing the invocation prayer. It's up here, so please join in and recite the invocation prayer together. Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narottamam devim sarasvatim vyasam Tato Jayam Rudirayat. Before reciting the Srimad Bhagavatam, please read with, which is our very means of conquest, one should offer respectful obeisances unto the personality of Godhead, Narayan, and to Narayan Rishi, the supermost human being, and to Mother Sarasvati, the goddess of learning, and unto Srila Vyasadeva, the author. So this is today's verse, and I'd like someone else to lead the recitation. I'm going to get you all reading things. Would you like to? Yeah? Do you want to use this? Do we have another mic? Because I will use the second mic. Thank you. And we can all follow Prabhu as he recites it. So recite it a couple of times and then we'll let other people do it.
Okay. Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha.
Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha. Maybe we get someone else? Anyone else amongst the men would like to have a go?
Karma chakalascha.
Dravyam karma chakalascha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Swabhavo jiva evacha.
Vasudevat paro brahman.
Vasudevat paro brahman. Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha. Maybe one more man and then the ladies. Dravyam karma chakalascha. Swabhavo jiva evacha. Vasudevat paro brahman. Nachanyortosti tatvataha. Thank you so much. Some of the ladies. Dravyam karma chakalascha. Swabhavo jiva evacha. Vasudevat paro brahman. Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha. At least one more lady, please. Dravyam karma chakalascha. Swabhavo jiva evacha. Vasudevat paro brahman. Nachanyo ritosti tatvataha. So now we can do the word for word together. You can read it aloud with me because you can see it. Dravyam. The ingredients: earth, water, fire, air, and sky. Karma. The interaction. Cha. And. Kala. Eternal time. Cha. Also. Swabhava. Intuition or nature. Jiva. The living being. Eva. Certainly. Cha. And. Vasudevat. From Vasudev. Para. Differentiated parts. Jai Shishi Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Shishi Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Shishi Gonitai ki jai, Shopava ki jai. Vishnu Padai Krishna Prishtai Bhutale Shamati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namne Namaste Saraswati Dev Gauravani Vicharne Nivishesha Nivadi Pasha Deshani Vasudeva, from Para, differentiated parts. Brahman, O Brahmana. Na, never. Cha, also. Anya, separate. Artha, value. Asti, there is. Tatvataha, in truth. So this is the translation, and I'd like maybe one of the ladies to lead us in the translation. Read it out once and then read it twice, and we will follow you. Can we have a mic for one of the ladies? Someone who's, maybe Vrinda, someone who's not read so far, you can read it and then read it twice the second time. Is it working? It's not working.
The 5 elementary ingredients of creation, the interaction thereof set up by eternal time, and the intuition or nature of the individual living beings are all differentiated parts and parcels of the personality of Vasudeva, and in truth there is no other value in them. The 5 elementary ingredients of creation,
the 5 elementary ingredients of creation,
the interaction thereof,
set
up by eternal time,
and
the intuition or nature,
of the
individual living beings,
are
all differentiated parts and parcels,
of the
personality of Godhead
Vasudeva.
There is no other value.
And in truth, there is no other value in them. Thank you. So this is the purport. Since the thing is with the ladies, I'll get another lady to read this section of the purport, and then one of the men can read the next section. Maybe another lady can read this. Maybe give it Guru Shakti, because she's going to go soon. She can just read the English. Oh, yeah.
This phenomenal world is impersonally the representation of Vasudeva, because the ingredients of its creation, their interaction, and the enjoyer of the resultant action, the living being, and are all produced by the external and internal energies of Lord Krishna. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 7:4, verses 4 and 5. The ingredients, namely earth, water, fire, air, and sky, as well as the conception of material identity, intelligence, and the mind, are produced of the external energy of the Lord.
Thank you. Maybe one of the... Would you like to read the next one? Because you're close to the...
The living entity who enjoys the interaction of the above gross and subtle ingredients, as set up by eternal time, is an offshoot of internal potency, with freedom to remain either in the material world or in the spiritual world. In the material world, the living entity is enticed by deluding nescience, but in the spiritual world, he is in the normal condition of spiritual existence without any delusion. The living entity is known as the marginal potency of the Lord.
So maybe one of the ladies close to you who hasn't already read. Pass it to someone behind you.
But in all circumstances, neither the material ingredients nor spiritual parts and parcels are independent of the personality of Godhead Vasudeva. For all things, whether products of the external, internal, or marginal potencies of the Lord, are simply displays of the same effulgence of the Lord, just as light, heat, and smoke are displays of the fire. None of them are separate from the fire. All of them combine together to be called fire.
Maybe you can pass it to one of the men. It doesn't matter if you're new, if you're just a guest, because all you're doing is reading.
Similarly, all phenomenal manifestations, as well as the effulgence of the body of Vasudeva, are his impersonal features, whereas he eternally exists in his transcendental form called Satchit Ananda Vigraha, distinct from all conceptions of the material ingredients mentioned above.
Thank you so much for reading. You all read so well. Now, this is not part of the class, but this is something I'd like us all to meditate on during the class. I don't know if anyone can see it, because there's quite a... Can you see it, Swami? Maybe we can give the mic to my husband. And if you please meditate on what Prabhupada is saying in this, because I hope this will, help us to focus on the class.
We should all have regular classes, just like school and colleges, 8-hour, 6-hour. Be engaged always in reading Srimad Bhagavatam, discussing among yourselves. Then you'll make progress. Otherwise, if you take it as an official routine work, you should take it as routine work, but with consciousness that we have to learn something, not simply attending the class, but to learn something. In this way, make your life successful, because after all, everything is being done Daiva Chodita, impelled by the Supreme Person. The Supreme Person is behind everything. So, in the association of devotees, if we read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly, then our material contamination will be dissolved, and our spiritual consciousness will come out, and that will make our life successful.
This is such an important meditation. I'd like one more person to read it, maybe the devotee at the back wearing the saffron. If you pass the mic to him and ask him to read it too. It's up here on the board.
We should have regular classes just like school and colleges, 8-hour, 6-hour. Be engaged always in reading Srimad Bhagavatam, discussing amongst yourself. Then you'll make progress. Otherwise, if you take it as an official routine work, not simply attending the class, but to learn something. This way, make your life successful. Because after all, everything is being done Daiva Choditat, impelled by the Supreme Person. The Supreme Person is behind everything. So in this association of devotees, if you read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly, then our material contamination will be dissolved and our spiritual consciousness will come out, and that will make our life successful.
Thank you. So I want us to meditate on this part, that if we just take it as official routine work, I've ticked my sadhana chart, I was physically there in the Bhagavatam class. I might even kept my eyes open throughout all of it. That's not enough for us to make progress. We have to learn something. Not learn something from the speaker's speculation, but learn something from Prabhupada's purport. If we learn something from the purport, we will make advancement. Our time here will not have been wasted. So, bearing this in mind, I really hope you will all participate and really engage with the subject, because by participation we learn. Who has a smartphone with them? Yeah? So also engage your smartphones. I have a lot of evidences up here that we will be reading, but there's a couple of evidences I may want to refer to that I haven't put up on the slideshow. So maybe one of you can get up Canto 10, Chapter 14, Text 3. One of you can get up Chapter Bhagavad Gita 17:15. We'll start with those two. Who's got 10:14:3? Please, maybe we can give the mic to Prabhu and he can read 10:14:3, and then someone else gets 17:15 purport. If you can read, what the verse.
Those who, even while remaining situated in their established social positions, throw away the process of speculative knowledge, and with their body, words, and mind offer all respects to descriptions of your personality and activities, dedicating their lives to these narrations, which are vibrated by your personally and by your pure devotees, certainly conquer your lordship, although you are otherwise unconquerable by anyone within the three worlds.
Thank you. So this is the section that has to really focus on before we start the class. He says, throwing away the speculative process, throw away the process of speculative knowledge. So I'm going to show you quotes from the purport, and I'm going to ask you to repeat what you hear Prabhupada say. And a tendency devotees often have is we use Prabhupada's purports as a springboard for our own added thoughts. And those added thoughts might be speculation. So Lord Brahma is saying the first thing we have to do is we have to dedicate our lives with body, mind, and words in hearing the messages of Krishna as he speaks them and as his pure devotees speak them. And we have to stop this practice of speculating. And the reason Lord Brahma stresses this is why? Why would he stress this? Go ahead. We have to hear from Parampara, but he stresses one thing. He stresses, don't speculate. Go ahead, Ligur. Thank you, because this is our tendency. If it wasn't our tendency, he wouldn't have to tell us, don't do it. That's our tendency, okay? So 1715, who got up 1715 on the, please, maybe you can read from the purport when Prabhupada says the process of speaking in spiritual circles in the purport. It's only a short purport. Is 1715 about austerity of speech? Maybe I got, yeah. 1715 is about austerity of speech.
All right, and where did you say to start off?
The process of speaking.
The process of speaking, okay.
In the purport.
In the purport, yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, okay, fine, I got it now. The process of speaking in spiritual circles is to say something upheld by the scriptures. One should at once quote from scriptural authority to back up what he is saying. At the same time, such talk should be very pleasurable to the ear.
So when we're speaking, we have to immediately cite Shastra. If we can't cite Shastra, what is it likely to be, what we're saying? If we can't support what we're saying, what are we likely doing? Speculating. And that's the one thing Lord Brahma told us, don't do it. It's going to spoil everything. We can spend years in this temple and just be wasting our times. Just wasting our time. Or we can learn to hear properly, discuss properly, and be making rapid progress. So please, if you have a tendency to fall asleep in the class, stand up and keep your eyes open. Don't think I'll concentrate by closing my eyes. You won't. You'll fall asleep. You'll waste your time. You should have gone to bed. You'll have done better rest, because sitting here and resting, you're neither getting the benefit of the Bhagavatam class, nor you're getting the benefit of rest. So if you're going to stay here, stand up and keep your eyes open and try to hear and participate. Thank you. So now we're going to start understanding what Prabhupada says. Okay, so we're going to read a bit of the translation first. Is that too small for anyone to read the translation? His translation is in blue. Can anyone see that? Okay. Someone, if you haven't read and you can see it, please put up your hands. No one can see it who hasn't read? Okay, so Prabhu, you're nodding, you've seen it? Just behind you. Yes, take the mic and read what's in the blue.
The 5 elementary ingredients of creation, the interaction thereof set up by eternal time, and the intuition or nature of the individual living beings are all differentiated parts and parcels of the personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, and in truth there is no other value in them.
Thank you. Now, just keep that. Who understands what the verse says? Does anyone understand what it says? Can anyone put it in their own words?
Even when we are all created by the 5 elements, we have all our own personality and in the same time we are part of the whole.
Okay, so we're all created by the 5 elements. We are all our own individual person. At the same time, we're part of the Supreme. Go ahead, Prabhu. Thank you for trying. It's the trying that's really important. The effort is fantastic. Go ahead, Prabhu. Is it Baladev, Prabhu? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Everything that exists is part of Krishna, and there's nothing outside of that.
Perfect. Everything in existence, from matter to our destinies, to our natures, everything is Krishna. There's nothing beyond Krishna. And just for clarification, I've put the way Bhanu Swami has translated this verse in his translation of Vishwanath Chakravarti's commentary. So his translation makes it easier. Because you have to remember, when devotees when Prabhupada was writing his books, he was engaging devotees who didn't have any knowledge of Bengali, any knowledge of English, not English, some of them didn't know English, any knowledge of Sanskrit, who couldn't understand his accent. They were transcribing what Prabhupada was dictating. And oftentimes I find that the verses come across a little difficult to understand, possibly because of mistakes made in the transcription and the editing, because Prabhupada was engaging very new devotees. But Bhanu Swami is a Sanskrit scholar and he's working directly from the text, so sometimes his translations are easier to make sense of. So maybe one of the ladies can read the way he's translated it, and then we can all feel that we've grasped at least the intention of the verse.
O Brahmana, the elements karma, time, swabhava, and the jiva are not different from Vasudeva. Nothing but he exists in truth.
Thank you so much. Which is more or less what Baladev Prabhu said. So I just want to put this verse very quickly in context, unless someone can do that for me. You've been doing the verses systematically. Who knows who's speaking here and who he's speaking to besides my husband? I can get my husband giving the whole class, but I want others to. Who knows who is speaking this verse and who he's speaking to and why? You've been doing the verses systematically every day. You should be learning something. If you're not learning something, you're wasting your time. Adiguru, besides Adiguru, any of the ladies know? Good. Okay, I know he's another reader. Baladev's another reader. Please, Prabhu, you've not spoken. Let's give the mic to this Prabhu who's not spoken yet. Stay awake and engage with it.
Brahma to Narada Muni.
Yes, Brahma's talking to Narada Muni. Why?
And Narada Muni asking him he saw him as like the creator, but then he asked him to who you are praying.
Wonderful. This Prabhu has been paying attention in all the Bhagavatam classes leading up to this. The rest of you need to work on your attention. You're doing it verse by verse. You should have known that. Good job, Prabhu. Very nice. So now we're going to keep moving on. Where are we? Right. So we'll go to the next verse. Okay. What Prabhupada in his book is translated karma, the interaction thereof, and swabhava, the intuition or the nature of the individual living being. So my question to you is this, and I'd like the ladies, please, to also stay awake because I can't see you over my laptop. Haribol Sami Prabhu. And I want you to ask, how would you explain what is karma? What is swabhava? Because we're told karma is also just Krishna. And swabhava is also Krishna. I hope you all know what dravya is, the material ingredients. Kala is time. But these two words I thought you may not know. So what does it mean that karma is also Krishna? Swabhava is also Krishna. What do those words mean? Anyone? Okay, we can go. Anyone know? Okay, so if we don't know, as we go through Bhagavatam, we should ask. There's two practices that will help us to engage with Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. One is repeating in our own words what he's saying, and the other is asking relevant questions. If we ask relevant questions, we will begin to clarify our knowledge and we will actually benefit. So one very important relevant question is, do I understand the meaning of the words? If I don't understand the meaning of the words, I'm not going to get it. Nothing is going to really hit home. So asking the meaning of words is important. So further on in this same chapter, in text 21, these words are again explained. So I have put the relevant bit of that verse. This is from the first line of text 21. And if you've got smartphones, I'm really happy for you to use them. Get the whole verses up on your smartphones. Engage with the Bhagavatam. Interact with it, with your body. Motor skills will help your mind to remember things. Okay, so who would like to, none of the ladies have spoken for a while, so we'd go to a lady, hopefully someone who's not read, and read this section of this verse. Everyone participate. It doesn't matter if you're a guest, if you're new.
The Lord, who is the controller of all energies, thus creates by his own potency, energy, time, the faith of all living entities and their particular nature, for which they were created, and he again merges them independently.
Thank you so much. Now, someone else amongst the ladies, the Sanskrit at the top. Someone read that Sanskrit. Okay, and someone who feels okay. We'll get new devotees doing the English.
Kalam karma svabhavam cha.
Kalam karma swabhavam cha. So those are the words we want to know. Kalam we know is time. We want to know what is karma and swabhavam. So please read from it and keep the microphone to your mouth so we can hear. What does karma mean?
Karma means the fate of the living entity.
The fate. So our destinies. Like at the time of annihilation, we all enter into the body of Lord Vishnu. But we still have our karma. Our karma enters into his body too, and it comes out again. That karma is nothing but the energy of the Lord. Some of us have good karma, some have bad karma, and in the next creation, it all comes out with us. It comes out separate from the jiva, but alongside us. And there's something else that is a part of us that enters back into the body of Vishnu, but it's just his energy. And that second thing is called swabhava. So what does swabhava mean?
Swabhava means nature.
Nature. So some of you here will have Brahminical natures. Some of you like cooking. Some of you like deity worship. Some of you have kshatriyas. You like to do martial arts. Some of you are pandits. So all that nature at the time of annihilation goes with the jiva back into the body of the Lord. It's nothing but Krishna's energy. It's nothing separate from Krishna. So all of this is nothing but Krishna. Our karma, our natures. So when we may not like each other's nature, oh, he's such a boffin, but he's such an intellect, and I may not be an intellect. But that intellect is also Krishna. Oh, he's such a Shudra, he just likes working with his hands. I'm not into people like that. But that Shudra nature is also Krishna. Everything is just Krishna. So I hope we have a little better understanding what these two words mean. The temporary body that goes from one body to another. That would be my verdict, but if we were doing a discussion, we'd have to stop now and do a full, just one second, a full research. But just for the point of view, because I want to get through a whole class, I'll take this last question, but I'm actually going to ask you to refrain from questions, let me ask, but I'll take this question.
It's just a point which Prabhu
Go
mentioned.
ahead.
If there is a connection, svabhava and jiva, the acharyas like Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur explains that jiva means the soul, the atma, which is entrapped within the material nature.
Conditioned
so,
soul.
Conditioned soul. So when it says svabhava jiva, it means that it's material svabhava. It refers to
Wonderful. I'm so happy that you're actually reading what the acharyas say and repeating it. That's excellent. I'm glad I took your comment, Prabhu. Good job. Okay, so, but if any of you take notes normally, write your questions down because it will be very valuable to churn it. But I want to get through some subject matter too. Okay, so now we're going to start going through Prabhupada's purport. And in each segment, I'm going to ask you, at least one of you, and you don't know who I'm going to call on. I might call on someone who's got his eyes closed. I might, just to make you not close your eyes. I'm going to call on people who have not spoken or might have spoken already, so don't go to sleep if you've spoken. And I'm going to ask you to tell me in your own words what Prabhupada is saying. And I don't want you to speculate. I want you to tell me what he means in his purport, not what your ideas, what he means. And I'm going to ask the ladies too. And then I've got some questions at the end that I'd like us to answer. So one of the ladies the micro has gone to the men, so we'll get back to the ladies. Someone who, maybe Samin at the back, or someone who's come in, and we'll read this section of the purport, and then I'm going to ask you, what do you hear in this section of the purport? Go ahead.
This phenomenal world is impersonally the representation of Vasudeva because the ingredients of its creation, their interaction, and the enjoyer of the resultant action, the living being, are all produced by the external and internal energies of Lord Krishna.
Just wait for the curtain to open. Jai Shishi Radha Gokulananda ki Jai, Shishi Sitaram Lakshma Hanuman ki Jai, Shishi Gonita ki Jai, Shobhava ki. Carry on reading.
So I do the understanding?
No, if you just read the rest of the...
Oh, the rest of it. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 7:4-5. The ingredients, namely earth, water, fire, air, and sky, as well as the conception of material identity, intelligence, and the mind, are produced of the external energy of the world, of the Lord.
Thank you. So just tell me anything you learned from this section of the purport in your own words, without changing Prabhupada's meaning.
Well, again, basically Prabhupada is repeating the verse in his own words, saying that everything in this world is made of Krishna's external energy. And yeah.
Thank you. So you're saying, Prabhupada's repeating the meaning of the verse. He's saying everything in this mature world is made of Krishna's external energy. It's part of Krishna's energy. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes. And he refers to Bhagavad Gita as well.
And he's giving evidence from the Bhagavad Gita. Anything else amongst the ladies that you see in this section of the purport? And I'm going to call on men too, so be thinking about it, dear men. Any of the ladies see anything additional before we pass the mic?
I can only say that. So I can see that he's saying it's by the external and internal energy. So we should not forget it's also Krishna's internal energy who is producing there together.
Okay. So you're saying this mature world is made of both the external and the internal energy. Thank you. Anything else? Go ahead. There's a Prabhu there, so we'll let him have a go.
So in the last sentence...
Can you put the mic right to your mouth?
In the last sentence, the jiva is not included as the external energy of the Lord.
Okay, he's saying...
Jivas.
The last sentence? Okay, I just want you to say what the verse is saying, what this purport is saying. You don't have to disagree with someone else, just what you think it's saying.
So, Krishna has...
Speak into the mic.
Krishna has different energies, internal and external, and the phenomenal world represents the material elements.
Okay, so you're saying Krishna has different energies, external and internal, and the material world represents the external elements. Thank you. One gentleman. I'm so happy you're volunteering. I'm going to take you because you're enthusiastic, but those of you who are not volunteering, I'm going to start picking on you. Go ahead.
In the beginning it said this phenomenal world is impersonal, the representation of Vasudeva. And the phenomenal world, I guess, Prabhupada means the ingredients, namely in the last sentence. So he's also saying that it's produced by his external energy, which if we come back, then the external energy is the impersonal representation. So from the absolute point of view, I bet it's temporary representation. But if I come back to this, also this temporary representation should be respected because, as it said there, representation of Vasudeva. So
okay.
It's like a deity.
You're saying the deity bit you're adding, You're adding that. So the representation of Vasudeva may or may not mean it's like the deity. But that, I'm okay with you. I'm just wanting to say
Here is also representation of
it's true, but there's varieties. There's varieties. And I think this is what we have to be very careful of, that when we repeat, we actually repeat what Prabhupada is saying. But you picked up on some really good points. You picked up on some, and if we were doing a discussion, I would have accepted it and then gone on to research. But you're making some really good points that the mature energy is an impersonal representation of Krishna. It's part of his impersonal manifestation. Thank you for bringing. And then you went on to make a deduction, because the Archa Vigraha is also manifested by the Lord's external energy, that if this is also represents Vasudeva, the two things must equate together. So that's a deduction, and we would need to look at Shastra to see if that deduction is true. But I don't want to discourage you, because it's good that you're thinking like this, and some of our deductions may not be right. But anyway, we'll carry on. Thank you for that effort. I'm now going to share with you in my own words, because I had the privilege of being able to meditate on this for a couple of days, and you're just being thrown in on it very quickly. So I'm going to tell you when I was meditating on it for a few days, this is some of the meanings that I took from it, okay? And I'm going to ask you to repeat back what I said to make sure you're still listening and awake. Who is asleep? I'll be picking on you. Okay. This is what I understand Prabhupada is saying, and I'm putting it in my own words. This mature world is Vasudeva's impersonal feature. Why? Because it's composed of his energies, which are impersonal. So Krishna's energies are impersonal. Krishna's per person, but his energies are impersonal. And his energies make up this world. Therefore, this world is his impersonal feature. That's one thing I'd like to say. Okay, amongst men or women, who understood that? Who heard me? Please, Prabhu, let's give him the mic. Over back, at the very back next to Prayojan Prabhu.
So if I understand correctly, you were saying that that external energy of the Lord is the impersonal manifestation of the Lord.
Why? I'll say it one more time.
Yeah.
Krishna's energies are impersonal. Krishna, the energetic source, is a person, but his energies are impersonal. And it's his energies which make up the world. So because the world is made up of his impersonal energies, it's considered his impersonal feature.
Should I try again?
Yeah.
Okay. So Vasudeva is not impersonal, but his energies are impersonal, and because the material world is made of his external energy, which is impersonal, that's why the material world is impersonal manifestation of the Lord.
Prabhu, that was perfect. You heard perfectly. Excellent. And the second point I get from this part is what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, text 4 to 5, supports this understanding. So we'll look at that verse.
Just a question on that. When you said Krishna's energies, but Krishna himself says he has different energies, some of which are external, some of which are internal. And the internal energy is not impersonal, is it?
Well, I'm going to show you some evidences, and those are good questions, but because I want to go through the whole purport, it's great. I'm so glad that you're churning it.
That's what it's saying. It doesn't mean saying all Krishna's energy, it's saying the phenomenal world is impersonal.
So I'm going to show you some evidences to support this understanding, and then I'm going to ask some questions. So the next slide, I just want to support how I understood it. Baladev, please keep that between you, and we will hopefully have time at the end. So my understanding was that Krishna is a person, but his energies are impersonal, And the material world is made up of his energies, and therefore it is his impersonal manifestation. So I want, like Baladev, I'm thinking, have I understood it right? So I look for evidence, because I may have come to the wrong conclusion. I may have made a wrong deduction. So I look for evidence. I'm going to show you some evidences which I felt supported my understanding. You may disagree with me. That's all right. But this is how I supported the way I understood it. So these are two evidences that in my mind support the way I understood it. Okay, where is the mic? Let's get a lady reading. Please read into the purport, into the mic. Yes, everyone participate, this hearing and speaking. Speak into the purport, into the mic.
Evidence to support my understanding. Impersonalism and personalism, it is very simple thing. Just like the sun and the sunshine, that's all. Sunshine is impersonal and the sun is personal. Similarly, impersonal is Krishna's energy, manifestation of Krishna's energy.
So Prabhupada is saying, oh sorry, Srila Prabhupada conversation, yes. Srila Prabhupada is saying, Krishna is a person and his energy is impersonal. Do you agree with him? That's what he's saying? That's not what he's saying? What do you think he's saying there? Okay, you're saying the sun is also Krishna's energy. That's okay, you can read it that. I understand Prabhupada is giving it a metaphor. He's giving the metaphor of the sun and the sunshine. And in this metaphor, the sun stands for Krishna and the sunshine stands for his energy. Because the sun may be external, maybe. I don't want to run to it. That could be. But it's the sun is the energetic source, and what comes from the sun is the impersonal energy. So I understand Prabhupada's making that distinction, that Krishna is the person, and what comes from him is his impersonal energy. So there is one other evidence I'd like you to read, Mataji. You can, someone else has got it, okay. Yeah, Mike, thank you.
This Jagat is avyakta, impersonal. No.
Okay, yeah.
That is also energy of Krishna. Therefore he said, I am expanded in the impersonalism.
Impersonal form.
Impersonal form, sorry. That impersonal feature is Krishna's energy.
Okay, so Prabhupada is saying, this Jagat, this material world, is imperson. It is energy of Krishna. And that's why Krishna says, this material world is my impersonal form. Now, I don't want to jump to a conclusion, a deduction, that spiritual energy is not impersonal material energy. That could be true. I just don't have enough evidence for this class. But we could research that later to see if there's a distinction between external and internal energy, whether one is a person and the other is not. But I'm not going down that route for this class right now. In the questions, we might get to it. So that's to support how I understood that section of the purport, that this phenomenal world is Krishna's impersonal feature. Why? Because it's made up of Krishna's energies, which are impersonal. That's the first part of the purport. Now, I have a few questions that keep your question. It's very valuable. Will you remember it? Okay, don't forget it. It's very valuable. I have a few questions I want us to think on to get into this part of the purport more clearly. Do we all know the meaning of the word phenomenal? Would you be able to explain exactly what Prabhupada means by phenomenal? Some do. Who doesn't know the meaning of the word phenomenal? Okay, so those who don't, if you were studying this purport, just wait 1 second, if you were saying, you should look it up in the dictionary. If you don't understand the meaning of the words, you're not going to deeply connect. There's a very important question. What do the words mean? So that's one question we're going to ask, and I'm going to let people answer, and then I'll share my answer. Who knows what Prabhupada means, or the Bhagavatam means, when he uses the word Vasudev? Exactly who is Vasudev? As written there, Vasudev in this purport was, I think, with, let's look. I know, but was it with a long A or a short A? It was with a long A. So with the long A, who is, don't you say, but besides anyone else, because he knows, besides anyone else, who knows what the long A stands for? Okay, just give me your hands if you know. Who doesn't know what the long A stands for? Okay, so if you didn't know, you would have to research that. Otherwise, you're not going to understand this purport. Don't just skim over the purports. You're missing. No, you're not going to learn, and you won't grow. If you didn't know it, you should have researched it. And then, who knows what the verse that Prabhupada refers to in Bhagavad Gita 7:4-5 says? Who could say it if I asked them to? Just put up your hands and tell me if you know what that verse says. Who doesn't know what it says? Okay, now if you were reading this purport by yourself and you didn't know what it said, would you go and look at it? Good, you should. If you don't know what it means, go look at it. And that way you'll actually engage with Prabhupada's purport. So let's go through these questions one at a time, and we will ask these questions. Okay, I'm just get that. So what does phenomenal mean? Some of the devotees who said, please, let's give him the mic.
Is it something that's unique?
Okay,
so it's a situation or something that's rarely seen.
You're right. That is actually one of the connotations of the word phenomenal. And like Sanskrit, English has this feature. English words can mean completely different. They can have lots of different connotations. If you look it up in the dictionary, you'll see a lot of different meanings. So that is one meaning, so good job. But I'm not sure if that's the meaning Prabhupada intended here. Is there any other meanings that you know?
Exceptional.
Exceptional, those are all true, absolutely true. There is another meaning, okay, Prabhu? And your English is not even your first language, and you know, good job.
I just, phenomenal. I think about this word like something that makes a huge impression on me.
Okay, it's true. It could mean that. I'm also going to go to give the ladies a chance, and then we'll. Okay, Adiguru, you do it, and then we'll go to the ladies.
Means perceivable
by
the senses.
Yes, wonderful. Everything you other devotee gentlemen said was completely true. That is a condition. That is a meaning. But there is another meaning. It's perceivable by the senses. Thank you. Did you look it up in the dictionary, or did you know? No dictionary. No, you might have your smartphone. I encourage you to use your smartphones and to go to the dictionary. I really encourage you to go to the verses, engage with it, you know. If you're actively engaging with research, much more likely you're going to retain it than you just sit there passively. You're not going to retain anything. That's wonderful, perceivable. And we're going to bring up our evidence. So, okay. Actually, I didn't bring it up, but that is what it meant. Now, in 7.2, this word comes up. I may get the dictionary in my notes. This word comes up in 7.2. So let's just read this. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and noumenal, by knowing which there shall remain nothing further to be known. And we don't have a lot of time, otherwise I would have also looked up the word noumenal. But I'm going to skip those slides because we are. Okay. Now, who is Vasudev? Who's told me? Any of the ladies know who is Vasudev with the long A? Who is that referring to? Go ahead. Krishna. Krishna, the son of Vasudev, is directly referring to him. Because there is another Vasudev too, isn't there? Who's the other Vasudev? Pardon? Krishna's father, but there's another Vasudev who... One who lives everywhere, all pervading. And who's that necessarily? Oh, that could be Krishna, but there's in the Chaturvyuha, there's, remind me, who are they? Thank you. So it's not that Vasudeva. This is Krishna, the son of Nanda Baba. That's the Vasudeva. So I may have a lot of things. Okay, here's a little evidence because I wasn't sure. I had to look for evidence. Who on earth is Vasudeva? Is it Chaturvyuha Vasudeva or is it Krishna Vasudeva? So here's my evidence. Prabhu, do you want to read the evidence?
One who realizes Vasudeva, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Why knowledge of Vasudeva? Because he is the son of Vasudeva.
Yes.
In your Vrindavan, he is Vasudeva.
Read right into it.
Sorry. He is Vasudeva. He is Swayam Bhagavan. And in Mathura, he is Vasudeva. Lord Krishna never leaves Vrindavan, and all his pastimes are as Vasudeva. Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Through his Vasudeva form, he performs all his pastimes. In Mathura, the killing of Kamsa was in his Vasudeva form. And in Vrindavan, in his pastimes with the cowherd boys and the gopis, he is Krishna, the Lord himself. This is the line of thinking. So we have the Lord with unlimited pastimes, unlimited forms.
Thank you. So when it says Vasudeva, where does it say that in the Gita? Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Who knows which verse that is? Bahunam Jammane Karma. Yes, 7:19. So who's he referring to in the Gita? The son of Vasudeva, the prince of Mathura. Yeah? Is referring to him. Okay, so I'm going to skip some of these slides. This is all referring to Vasudeva because we don't have a lot of time. Okay, so who knows what Bhagavad Gita 7:4-5 says? Okay, you do. Any other ladies know what 7:4-5 says? If you. Okay, what does it say? Just in earth, water, fire, air, ether. Excellent. Let's see what it says. Here it says, you can read it aloud. Let's get one of the ladies to read it aloud. Bring your smartphones, interact with the Bhagavatam.
Everyone has to know these two verses during this book.
Okay, she's got read right into the. Did people online hear that? Was it on? Try it again.
Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these 8 constitute my separated material energies.
Yeah, so these are all Krishna's energies. So now we're going to go to the next part of the purport. And we'll get, any of the ladies not read anything yet? Abhi, have you read something? Okay, read this section of the purport. And any of the men haven't spoken, quite a few of the men haven't spoken, so let's get you involved too. Okay, read this into the mic.
The living entity who enjoys the interaction of the above gross and subtle ingredients as set up by eternal time is an offshoot of internal potency with freedom to remain either in the material world or in the spiritual world. In the material world, the living entity is enticed by deluding nescience, but in the spiritual world, he is in the normal condition of spiritual existence without any delusion. The living entity is known as the marginal potency of the Lord.
Thank you. So, because we're really running short of time, what time do I have to start? I don't want to be at 8:30, so I have to stop now. Should I stop? Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to finish this purport, but I really hope that this exercise helps you to understand you need to engage with the Bhagavatam. Prabhupada says, this one activity of hearing properly, it doesn't matter if you're living in the temple or outside of the temple. If you're sweeping the floor of the temple room or you're the CEO of some big company or a street sweeper outside, it doesn't matter what our external situation is. That's not going to make any difference to our spiritual advancement, and that's what Lord Brahma's prayer is all about. Stay wherever you are. It's irrelevant. What is relevant is that we hear properly. Hear and repeat in our own words, and ask relevant questions. If we do this, whether we're in the temple or outside the temple, 215 purport, maybe just we'll jump to there because I can't finish my class. Use your smartphones to go to Canto 2, Chapter 1, text 5 purport. And let's see what the benefit will be if we learn to hear and speak properly, hear and discuss properly. Okay, so I'm going to read it aloud. This is around around halfway down, just less than halfway down the purport. Prabhupada says, this process, where is it? Therefore, one should first of all, has everyone found that? Therefore, one should first of all hear about the Lord. When one has perfectly and scrutinizingly heard, one must glorify his acts and deeds, and thus it will become possible to remember constantly the transcendental nature of the Lord. Hearing about and glorifying the Lord are identical with the transcendental nature of the Lord, and by so doing, one will always be in the association of the Lord. This brings freedom from all sorts of fear. And a little bit further down, he says, this process of hearing about and glorifying the Lord is applicable for everyone, whoever he may be, and it will lead one to the ultimate success in everything in which one may be engaged by providence. And a little bit further down, everyone wants to be free from all kinds of fear, and everyone wants the fullest extent of happiness in life. The perfect process for achieving this here and now is recommended in the Srimad Bhagavatam. A little bit further down. By hearing about and glorifying the Lord, all a person's activities become molded into spiritual activities, and thus all conceptions of material miseries become completely vanquished. And so here he's saying it doesn't matter what you're doing, if you learn to hear about and glorify Krishna, glorify means repeat what you've heard properly, then you'll become free from fear, you'll achieve the ultimate success in life, everything, all perfection will come to us. And I've heard many lectures where Prabhupada is speaking, he says you can be working in the temple and you're negligent about your hearing and speaking. And your work in the temple, he said, will be karmi's work. You'll get reactions because the consciousness cannot change unless we learn to hear properly. And I really long for a day when we're allowed more than one day for a purport, especially when the purport is more than one paragraph. Because there's no way we can really understand that purport, especially if it's several paragraphs or several pages, in one 45-minute session. Someone's just going to talk at you, you're going to be mentally asleep, if not physically asleep, and will have wasted that 45 minutes. May I ask before we end, does anyone remember anything, even if it's just what you read from today's session? Did anyone learn anything from today's session? Because that's what Prabhupada said we should do. So very quickly, one person from the men, tell me what you learned from today's session. From the purport, not from me badgering you to hear properly. From the purport, what did you learn? Go ahead. Thank you. The external energy of the Lord is his impersonal manifestation. Why is that? Because it's made from his impersonal energies. Wonderful. Wonderful. Any of the ladies learn anything from today, from the purport? No one learned anything? Ladies, please. Go ahead, Jacob. Yeah. Thank you. And there's so much we could gain from this. You know, in the Bhagavad Gita, there's several verses which, like, I think the wise man sees with equal vision, the learned, the Brahman cow. And then there's 2 verses in the 6th chapter. The learned person sees with equally pebbles, dust, and gold, and sees with equal vision. If they're more advanced, the well-wisher, the envious, they see them with. Why do you think they see with equal vision? Why do they see it equally? Krishna. And Krishna's energy is under his control. And Krishna is our well-wisher. Krishna, nothing, if we see duality, we see good and bad, friend and enemy. But if we understood the teachings of the Bhagavatam, we wouldn't see friend and enemy. We wouldn't see, enjoyable oh, fearful, we would see Krishna's kind hand extricating us from this material energy, sometimes with slaps and sometimes with encouragement. So we would take the slaps and the encouragement with equal enthusiasm and gratitude, just like Vritrasura. Vritrasura saw his death at Indra's hands as Krishna's mercy. He saw Krishna's hand extricating him from his material energy. So it's really important we understand the Bhagavatam, and it's equally important to understand how can knowing this make a difference to my consciousness. If we learn to associate properly with the Bhagavatam, we will make progress. And I'm going to stop now, I promise, Sanktan. Just let me give my last plug I want to introduce everyone, please. This is really my husband and myself's key service. We want to ourselves improve our hearing, and we want to encourage whoever would like to be encouraged to improve their hearing. We have a website, improvingsangha.com. Please visit it and see if it can at all assist you. Thank you. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. All glory to Srila Bhagavatam. Hare Krishna. Thank you for participating.
Thank you very much.
What's your name?
Rishi.
Rishi.